Дамы и господа, здравствуйте! Из Уфа-арены в столице Башкортостана в прямом эфире телеканалов холдинга «Матч» грандиозное боксерское шоу «Лига ставок. Ночь чемпионов IBA». Турнир представляют Международная боксерская ассоциация IBA в лице его президента Умара Кремлева, правительство Республики Башкортостан, генеральный партнер IBA «Газпром», промоутеры турнира, компании Iron and Gloves и Динамо Boxing Promotions. Дамы и господа, сегодня нас ожидает 7 зубодробительных поединков, в том числе главное событие вечера – битва не знающих поражений проспектов. Роланд, Галош, Венгрия против Артура Субкханкулова, Уфа, Россия! Представляю официальных лиц турнира. Супервайзер, технический делегат IBA Михаил Леонов, судьи и рефери Валерий Пастухов, Молдова, Йована Угренович, Сербия, Лука Вадилонга, Италия и Сергей Журкин, Россия. Судья-хронометрист Ильдар Махмутов, Россия, и врач турнира Александр Неверкович, также Россия. Дамы и господа, представляю вашему вниманию первый бой вечера. 6-раундовый поединок в весовой категории до 63,5 килограммов. И первым в черный угол ринга добро пожаловать из Индии Акшай Chahal.
Welcome everybody to the IBA Champions Night in Ufa, Russia. And this is our opening fight. Chahal Akshay of India comes with a very good record, 14 wins and 1 draw. Been campaigning at featherweight, super featherweight, lightweight, up at light welter here. And that 1 draw came in his last fight. That was at lightweight in Hyderabad back in May against a 4-0 fighter called Ram Singh. All of his fights, apart from one, have been in India, and that one was in Dubai. They're scheduled for 6 at light welterweight, super lightweight. Either is fine.
Дамы и господа, приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол из Новосибирска, Россия, Egor Kozorezov.
20 years old, Kozorezov, from Novosibirsk. An international as an amateur, went to the European Under-22s last November in Montenegro. Went out early, but it's a good experience all the same. This, by my reckoning, is professional debut. Boxed in an amateur tournament in April in Kyrgyzstan. So he's been in action not too long ago. The differences between amateur and pro boxing now not as pronounced as they used to be, but it is still a shift. The big difference for him tonight will be the fact that he'll be boxing over 6 3-minute rounds. International amateur competition, 3 3-minute rounds.
Дамы и господа, нас ожидает 6 раундов бокса. Весовая категория 63,5 килограмма. Представляю участников этого боя. Первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 27 лет, его рост 173 сантиметра, а вес 63,3 килограмма. Его рекорд впечатляет. 15 боев, 14 побед, 1 ничья, 9 ярких побед нокаутом. Представляющий Рохтак, Индия, Акшай Chahal. Боксер в золотом углу, 20 лет. Его рост 171 сантиметр, а вес 63,5 килограмма. Мастер спорта, призер Кубка России, чемпион России среди молодежи из Новосибирска, Россия, Egor Kozorezov. Рефери боя Лука Вадилонга, Италия.
Okay, guys, watch your head, no punches back, no low blow, no holding, listen to my command, touch your gloves, good luck.
Luka Vadilonga, our referee, with the final instructions. Alexander Sodokov, our MC. Quite a difference between the two in age, as you can see there. Other than that, there's not a great deal between them. Chahal's a lot more experienced. He's had 15 pro fights, but he's not really been tested other than the draw in his last fight. The opposition has been limited, it's fair to say, and he's been scheduled for 8 rounds once. The rest of the time it's 6s and 4s, so despite the fact that he's had 15 fights to Kozorezov's 0 as a professional, I think he's a good choice of opponent. And the expectation will be here that Kozorezov will win this fight. Chahal just looking to try and come forward and wing in those hooks. He's set up nicely in the southpaw stance there, Kozorezov. He's in the white, Chahal is in the black. Boxed internationally for Russia as an amateur, and that tells you a lot. It's a very difficult thing to achieve, earning that Russian vest. Switching between stances there, now boxing orthodox. And then back to southpaw, and he does it very seamlessly. Just that adjustment of the feet as he's back pedaling is how he's done it a couple of times so far. Nice flurry there from Kozorezov. Chahal hasn't thrown too much in the last 90 seconds. Good jab, double jab there from Kozorezov. Nice and quick, came out quick, came back quick. Left-handed to the pit of the stomach there from Kozorezov as Chahal came forward.
Box!
So the first round down, and that will be a round in the bank for the man in the other corner, for Egor Kozorezov. Chahal staying on his feet in between rounds. And that was the marauding attack he launched early on. You look at the difference between the two of them technically, and Kozorezov is very correct. Just dips his knees there, shoots that long left hand out. Right glove up to protect himself. Chahal, when he came forward, the feet crossed a bit. He comes quite square, quite tall, and just looks to let his hands go. if he's going to have any success with that, really, then he needs to try and keep the pressure on Kozorezov. He's got to try and keep that work rate high, throw plenty, back himself to walk through whatever's coming back at him and get to his man that way. And he's looking a bit more aggressive at the start of round 2. And this is what he has to do, really. The left hand, right hand, rather, just put Kozorezov back onto his heels a bit more. He cannot give Kozorezov time to settle, because if he has it at range, this fight, or he lets Kozorezov establish a rhythm, then he will lose. He's got to make it uncomfortable for him.
Watch your head, guys.
That's what he's trying to do more in this second round. The challenge for Kozorezov now is to use that jab well, catch him on the way in. Keep this fight at the distance he wants it at, which means using that jab, that lead right hand. And this is better from Chahal. Not loads is landing clean from him, but you can say exactly the same thing for Kozorezov. It's a decent combination, though, then steps off to the right-hand side from the Russian fighter. Planting those feet wide, Chahal, giving himself a more solid base. Just right-handed to the body there from Chahal. Good right hand on the move there from Kozorezov. Just slipping off to his right, stepped off and threw it. Uppercut was the third punch of that three-punch combination. And Chahal will be encouraged by this round, I think. He's not been hit with anything particularly worrying. And as I said at the start of the round, to win this fight, he has to do it the hard way, which means accepting the fact that he's going to get caught with punches on the way in as he tries to get into the territory that he needs to be in. That's good, though, from Kozorezov, who's done the high quality work in this round. But he has to keep believing here, Chahal, that Kozorezov might just slow down, because, as I said, he's used to three-minute rounds, not 6. We've done 2 here. So Chahal has got to try and keep that tempo high and ask those questions. There was that right hand. Touch with the jab then, as he was stepping off, just hitting with the right hand. And then switches really fluidly into the southpaw stance. It was clever that. He was set up orthodox, right-handed, so left-hand lead, left foot at the front of his stance. Little double jab, just a peck. And through that right hand, brought his right foot round with it as he threw it, stepped off to the right at the same time as doing that, and that left him in the southpaw stance with the right foot at the front of the stance, which meant that he could all of a sudden go again. So there's quite a lot to like about Kozorezov. He's predominantly a southpaw, a left-hander, but again there he just moves so easily into orthodox. You do get fighters who like to make a big show of it, and sometimes they'll switch their feet, turn their feet around as they're coming forward, and that's dangerous. If you get caught mid-switch, basically you will be standing square, and that's never where you want to be. in any sport, really, athletes never want to get caught with their feet square because you're just not very mobile. Your balance can go quite easily, and in boxing, that can be fatal if you get hit when you're not in a position to really soak up the blow, to be able to shift your feet and ride it, then you're going down. Nice uppercut there from Kozorezov. But again, Chahal continues to do the right thing here. He had a look in the first round, which was a fair enough tactic. I did wonder whether he might just try and cover up and get through, but he's trying to bring it to Kozorezov. It's not an easy thing to do, but as I said, for him, with his greater experience, he needs to just keep coming in an educated way as possible, and just ask questions of the stamina of Kozorezov. Believe that if he keeps that temperature high, he will wilt in the second half. There's no sign of it yet, but it can happen quite quickly. It's the final minutes of round 3. We'll be at the halfway stage when the bell goes at the end of this round.
Hey, watch your hand. Box.
Nice right hand there from Kozorezov. Chahal was swinging a little bit wildly. A step off to the right and landed the left hand. It was kind of with the inside of the glove, but still he created a good angle there. And he does that well, actually, working around that front foot, just little steps to the left, to the right. As I say, what often happens is he was standing in one stance, he'll step off to the right into that other stance, and from there he can throw that kind of left hand. Chahal getting through with the right hand there. He did have some success in that round. He has had some success at times, but mostly the sharp, clean punching has come from the fights from White.
Seconds out.
Hey, go.
Nice right hand lead there from Chahal. Early stages of round 4, and he needs to try and make something happen here. There's no sign of him putting a dent in Kozorezov just yet. If anything of the two, Kozorezov is just slightly dialing things up here. Just short with the right hand, but he followed it in there, Chahal, and that's key, because as he comes forward there, you see his feet cross, but rather than losing his balance, he just walks in behind it, tries to get onto the shoulder.
Hey, step back, no holding.
Good educated round this from Kozorezov. He's kept Chahal at bay without doing too much, really. Good use of the lead hand, the right hand, the left hand when he switches stance, and Chahal has found it difficult really to get too many punches off or put him under any real pressure. He's being manoeuvred around the ring. And again, just moves between the two stances there so comfortably. So into the fifth. It'll be interesting to see if Kozorezov can really crank things up in this final 6 minutes. He's not been hurt at any point, Chahal. Same for the Russian. Neither of these two fighters have been staggered. No one's looked at any stage like they've really felt anything that's landed on them particularly keenly. But you never know what might happen if you can just put some real pressure on, throw combinations, two phases of attack. Often it's not the first, second or third punch that gets through, it might be the fourth, the fifth or sixth. If Kozorezov is going to get to Chahal here, then he's going to have to provide that kind of sustained pressure, and he may be perfectly happy to box for 6 rounds exactly as he is here, and there would be nothing at all wrong with that.
To push Russia.
Into the final minute of round 5. And Chahal just taking the centre here, trying to get on top of Kozorezov a bit more towards the end of the round. But he's a difficult target to pin down.
Watch your head, guys.
Nice flurry there from Kozorezov, but well defended by Chahal. Took it all on the gloves.
Step back, guys. Step back. Step back. No holding, guys. Die. Oi, come on.
Сейчас 6-й раунд.
Sixth and final round coming up. Top of the bill tonight, Artur Subkhankulov defends his IBA European title. Over 8 rounds. That's at lightweight. He's up against Roland Galos of Hungary, who I saw quite a bit when he was boxing as an amateur at World Championships. Boxed at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. We'll get a look as well at Dzhambulat Bizhamov at super middleweight, a Russian fighter, 1-0 as a pro. I remember seeing him in the World Championships in 2021 when he was a young man, not long out of the youths, where he'd done absolutely everything. And I was very impressed with him. He looked a terrific fighter. Lost his final against a very good Cuban fighter in Juan Hernandez. Hasn't had as much top-level competition since then as he would have liked. I think that's fair to say. The fight between Vadim Musaev and Paulus Amavila for the WBA Asia Super Welterweight title as well. Chahal just sticking to his task here. He's diligently looked for openings in there against Kozorezov. He's given it a big effort, but he's just in there with somebody who is a superior fighter to him, technically, and in every way, really, and that's just how it goes sometimes. He came with a good record, as I mentioned, and I think he's been a good choice of opponent for Kozorezov. He's making a professional debut tonight. He's going to do 6 rounds. They've been boxed at a good pace. He's controlled that tempo for the most part, but Chahal hasn't just been in there to try and cover up and get through it. That left hand into the pit of the stomach, I think, just got to him a little bit there, Chahal. And if Kozorezov could put it on him here, I think he could have a big finish. It was that short left hand into the stomach. He kind of looked outside of the ring after it landed, and he hasn't really thrown anything since that got through. And he'll be keen to hear the final bell here, I think. Akshay Chahal. He's got himself back together now. You can see that from the movement of the head and the movement of the shoulders. But after that left landed, he just got that guard up and just looked to move. He didn't really look to throw, which I think it had winded him. And he was having to wait for those lungs to fill back up. In that situation, there's not really much else you can do. It's difficult sometimes to tell when a fighter has felt a punch because they are so good at hiding it. It's one of the requirements of the job. Final 10 seconds of what's been a decent show opener. There goes the bell, and that will be a win for Egor Kozorezov on points. And it was a good fight for him, as mentioned from the beginning. Akshay Chahal came here with some ambition. He came in shape. An unbeaten fighter. And Kozorezov got good value out of that.
Дамы и господа, прежде чем мы узнаем имя победителя, давайте поблагодарим обоих боксеров за этот ярчайший стартовый бой нашего вечера. И в этом бою единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал боксер из золотого угла Egor Kozorezov.
Kozorezov gets his hand raised, which is exactly what we knew would happen after witnessing that 6 rounds. But as I said, that's a good fight for him. Chahal was a good choice of opponent. And that's 6 minutes of good action. 6 rounds rather, 18 minutes of good action for Kozorezov. Pro debuts often don't last all that long. Sometimes you'll see a fighter put in with somebody who they're just able to knock over in the first round, which could be good for ticket sales, it could be good for TV, it can be good for self-confidence, of course, but ultimately, you don't want too many of them because you don't really learn anything from them. And Kozorezov will have learned a thing or two in there tonight, I think.
Дамы и господа, сейчас нас ожидает противостояние представителей одних из лучших боксерских школ мира. Узбекистан против Казахстана. И в черный угол ринга добро пожаловать из Узбекистана Alokhon Abdullaev.
This is a good fight we've got coming up here. 8 rounds at super middleweight. This is Alokhon Abdullaev, just 21 years old. Couple of pro fights so far, one on his debut and then drew in his second fight. They were both in 2022, so he's continued as a top-level amateur since turning pro, which is very normal now. He won the Asian under-22s in early 2023 in Bangkok and then picked up a bronze at the World Championships in Tashkent a few months after that. Boxed in the Strandja earlier this year. So doing what, as I say, a lot of fighters do now, which is box amateur and pro concurrently.
Добро пожаловать, его соперник из Казахстана, Saparbay, Aidarov.
And coming out of the opposite corner to the Uzbek is a Kazakh, 31 years old, Saparbay Aidarov. Boxed in WSB, World Series Boxing for the Astana Arlans. He was actually born in Uzbekistan. WSB, a competition which is coming back next year. Very interested to see exactly what kind of form that will take. 8 fights and 8 wins, 4 happened pre-COVID. And then just 5 in 4 years since. Last time out was a win over 8 in March in Almaty.
Представляю боксеров и первым бойца слева от меня в черном углу ринга. Ему 21 год, рост 180 сантиметров, а вес 75 килограммов ровно. Мастер спорта международного класса, двукратный чемпион Азии среди молодежи, бронзовый призер чемпионата мира в Ташкенте из Намангана, Узбекистан, Alokhon, Abdullaev. Боксеру в золотом углу 31 год. Рост 183 сантиметра, вес также 75 килограммов ровно. Как и его соперник, носит звание мастера спорта международного класса. Он трехкратный чемпион Казахстана, чемпион Азии среди молодежи, победитель всемирной серии бокса, не знающий поражений, с рекордом 8 боев, 8 побед, 2 из них нокаутом, из Алматы, Казахстан, Saparbay Aidarov.
So Aidarov in the white, Abdullaev in the black.
Рефери боя Сергей Журкин, Россия.
Head up, no low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my. Okay? Good luck.
Sergei Zhurkin with the final instructions, 8 rounds. At super middleweight, 10 years between them in age. And that's the main difference, really, when you look at that tail of the tape. It is significant. Aidarov and Abdullaev, both southpaws.
Head up, head up.
Just reaching with the left hand there, Aidarov was short with it, but Abdullaev had taken his feet well out of range, wasn't able to really capitalise.
No slipping, no slipping.
These two just circling each other in the early stages in this opening minute. It's Aidarov who's got the centre of the ring, and Abdullaev who is moving around him and just reaching again for the jab there. Aidarov and Abdullaev falling just short. Neither one really managing to find their range just yet. They're both going to have to take their feet in a bit further, commit that little bit more if they're really going to land, and neither really wants to, not at this early stage. He did there though, Aidarov looking to try and whip off the combination, but didn't land.
No holding, no holding.
It's a good stiff jab from Aidarov.
No holding, goal.
Right hand into the body from Abdullaev was a decent shot. Not much in this opening round, not much at all. Dips his knees and looks to try and stoop in with that right to the body there, Abdullaev. Aidarov just planting his feet a bit wider towards the end of the round. Got caught with the left hand there. Again, just dropping that height and looking to land that jab. And he's just warming up a bit towards the final 30 seconds. They had a good look at each other, these two. Now it looks like they're getting more down to business. And again, that's good work from Abdullaev. The left hand just slid over the shoulder. He rolled underneath it. And then got himself into a position where he could throw.
Stop.
Good work to the body at times from Aidarov. He's the longer and leaner of the two. He's got that reach advantage. Abdullaev looks to try and get tight and throw hooks for the most part, when he's really looking to be aggressive anyway.
No holding, okay? No holding. Step back. Step back. No low blow, okay? Box.
Starting the round off orthodox here, Abdullaev. Good use of the jab. Waving loads of gloves up nice and high, trying to distract Aidarov and maybe tempt him into attacking that body. Good jab again, got right underneath it, shot it up. Having more success so far as an orthodox fighter than he did as a southpaw actually in round one, Abdullaev. Turns back southpaw now. Let fly with a nice loose straight 1-2 there, Abdullaev. Didn't really see that from him in the opening round. Nice short left hand on the inside as well. He's having a good round here so far, the fighter in black, just stepping on Aidarov a bit. Good right hand again. This is good from Alokhon Abdullaev.
No slipping. Black, no slipping.
Long right hand into the body, looking for a smearing right off the back of that. And he's put Aidarov into his shell a bit this round, to be honest. Abdullaev has dominated things right from the start.
No holding, no holding.
Wasn't much
no
in
holding.
round one, but he's definitely won round two. At this point anyway, Aidarov will have to do something significant in the remaining 30 seconds for that not to be the case.
No open blows, Black.
used that jab well. Just flicking it up from the waist. I think it's travelling a bit further than Aidarov thinks it's going to. He thinks he's out of range probably, and then all of a sudden finds out he's not.
Box.
He's got good feet, Abdullaev, nice and mobile. You see an awful lot of southpaws boxing out of Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. And stylistically, they are often quite similar. The two schools are not exactly the same, but there are similarities between the two. And what they're really good at is just getting in with those feet, rattling off 2-3 punches, and then just pulling their feet back out. He actually nearly lost his balance there as he just chased that left hand in a bit, but quickly got it back. And their feet are almost always the same distance apart. Where the front one goes, the back one follows. To generate real power, you need to plant those feet a bit wider. Stop, set yourself, and really hit hard. That's what gives you that potential lights out power, that ability just to set yourself for that split second. Something that as yet he doesn't really do midway through the round. But Aidarov is finding it very difficult to get to him. It's not like he's up on his toes, flying all around the ring. But he's certainly mobile enough. And again there, that's lovely and quick. Dips the knees, in with the lead right hand to the body, and then he's away again. And Aidarov tries to close the gap there, and again, he's just pulling those feet back. There's that lead right, that's an up jab really. You would probably describe that as a screw shot maybe, because it came in off centre, in from the angle. And those are difficult to read because they burst up into a fighter's eye line. You don't really see them until quite late. The gamble on behalf of the fighter who throws it is that you're carrying your hands low if you throw punches like that, because you are flicking them up or planting them up from the waist, from below the waist sometimes.
Black boxing.
Referee just telling Abdullaev there that he might want to engage a little bit more. But this is another round that he's won.
Stop.
That's a good combination from Abdullaev. And there's that jab, that up jab as I described it. Gets real good power on it, turns the hip into it as he throws it. So into the fourth, the schedule for 8. Aidarov has got to try and do something to knock Abdullaev out of his rhythm. It will be easier said than done, but he has to try and close that gap, throw that jab, try and use that reach, and put some pressure on him, basically. Don't worry too much maybe about hitting him in the head, because that's a fairly elusive target. Just anywhere else will do, though. Shoulders, biceps, chest, something, just to make sure that you just feel something on the end of your glove, because he hasn't had that feeling for a couple of rounds, and it can get a bit demoralising. And it also means that the attacks that Abdullaev is trying to build will be halted if you can just land on him and knock him off balance. If the fighter loses that balance, really, they need to step off, reset, start again. Aidarov looking for that right hand into the body, maybe was just slightly low. Both of these two have got that waistband pretty much exactly where it should be, I would say. So it'll be the top of the belt that's the borderline. Anything on the belt will probably be deemed a foul. And he is trying to walk him down a little bit here, Aidarov, in this round. He's trying to put the pressure on Abdullaev, who is happy, just as he is at the minute, to take a little bit of time out, stay out of the way. And the referee telling him, again, black boxing is what he's saying to him. And what he means is, you need to engage more. People haven't come here to see you skip around the outside of the ring. He's got to keep doing this, Aidarov. Just keep those feet nice and urgent. He doesn't have to run around after him, but just try and stay on top of him, because we've got 4 rounds to go here, and the way that Abdullaev is going about this, there is a lot of movement, and it is tiring. He's up at halfway. Not an awful lot has happened in this round, to be honest, but it's that kind of work with the jab, that superior boxing, really, that will probably win in the round. But Aidarov, as I say, has just got to just keep covering his foot movement off if he can, and then just punch, hit something. That was a better round for Aidarov.
Box.
So into the fifth, into the second half of the fight. Saparbay Aidarov in the white, Alokhon Abdullaev in the black. Abdullaev is up at halfway. And maybe in that previous round he was just conserving a little bit of energy. Only those 2 pro fighters are mentioned, and those were both a couple of years ago. Since then he's been competing at elite amateur level, which is 3 3-minute rounds, of course, and this is scheduled for 8, so that is a big, big difference. And again, plenty of movement in this round. Aidarov, in the previous round, what he did well was he tried to keep that pressure on Abdallah, and he needs to go again there. He stepped in, rattled off the combination. Abdallah didn't really move, he stayed on the ropes, and he needed to step in again and let his hands go in exactly the same manner there, Aidarov, and this is good. But again there, he's pushed it back into the ropes there. He fired off the combination. He needs to follow through with it because Abdullaev doesn't want that kind of fight. He absolutely doesn't. I think he is a bit worried about the duration here. Aidarov is a more experienced guy. He needs to get on him. (8-0) Aidarov. Split decision win over 8 in August 2020 is the closest he's been run. Other than that, he doesn't really seem to have dropped around, but at the minute, he is behind. But this is still a winnable fight for him, because it's not very positive what Abdullaev is doing here. The judges often won't look particularly kindly on this. In a round where not much has landed, they will favour the fighter who's been looking to try and make things happen, and I think that is absolutely correct. Looks outside of the ring there, Abdullaev, after he made Aidarov miss with a big left hand. So 5 deep, and I would go Aidarov's way with that round. I think 2, 3 and 4 Abdullaev won. There wasn't much in round 1. He's definitely within striking distance here, Aidarov. It's interesting, that replay, because you see the jab there from Abdullaev, and he's almost pulling that punch back before it's even got there. He steps in, flicks it out, but he's almost dragging it back before he's even really given it a chance to hit the target. Now that is a hangover from the amateur style, because although it's not computer point scoring anymore, it's a 10-point must. You want to land your punches and get back out of range before you get one landed on you, because that's nice and clean and it's easy for the judges to see. But in pro boxing, that's not really the name of the game. Or rather, it's unrealistic to think that you're going to be able to do that for 8 rounds. Into the 6th here, and Aidarov, as I've been saying, needs to try and keep that pressure on. He's not a fighter who really has too many gears, you wouldn't say, the Kazakh. He's not all that explosive, but you've just got to try and roll in on your man and just keep doing it. He wants to keep everything on the outside, Abdullaev. There's a couple of lead left-hand jabs, and then he dips his knees, throws a right hand into the body, and then pulls straight back out again. And Aidarov cannot let him just pocket these rounds by landing these single shots from the outside. He cannot let him do that. It's easy for me to say, but he has to commit to some attacks, because at the minute, in this round, he's just following Abdullaev around the ring a touch. That kind of distance there, he needs to let go. Throws the jab eventually, but he's got to let something go there. Follow it up. It isn't easy, as you can see there. He leads off with the right hand, and Abdullaev just rolls away underneath it. Decent looking right hand there from Aidarov, and then quickens up those feet to try and get after Abdullaev. But Abdullaev is winning this round. He's winning this round with those single punches. Referee tells him again. that he needs to engage more, but I very much doubt that he's going to take a point from that in the time that we have remaining.
Head up, Black. Stop. Step back. Head up.
It's a nice combination. Scores with a jab, sends a right hand into the body. Nice and easy for the judges to see. And that's good work too. Just allows Aidarov to come in on him, uses the ropes well. He's a good fighter. He really is a good fighter. But it'll be interesting to see how things develop for him as he boxes more as a pro, because doing it the way he's doing it, with the way that he moves, and doesn't really set himself when he punches, it's going to be hard, because
Step back.
he's looking at fighting over the duration. And you have to pick your punches really well for that. And as I say, pro judges don't always necessarily like it all that much. But it's early days, he can certainly develop stylistically, and as I say, he's been in that elite amateur mode in more recent times. And the interesting things about pros being allowed to box in the amateurs and pursue those two different careers, if you like, concurrently, is that they are very different. And fighters who have done that or gone back to amateurs after turning pro and done well, generally their pro careers have stalled, because the standard is that high. You can't just be boxing at a high level as a pro and then decide to nip back into a qualifier, qualify for something, and then just turn up at the tournament and bash everybody up. That's what the detractors say, that's what they object to, but it just never happens, because it's simply too difficult for that. And it's why you don't see really big established professionals at the top of the sport just make that foray back into the amateurs, because they know, having come through that system, how different it is and how difficult it is.
Head up, Black. Black, head up. No holding, Black. Black, no holding. Step back. Step back. Break.
Nice long left hand there from Aidarov.
No holding, Black, no holding. No holding, step back. Black, head up. No holding, Black. Black, no holding. Step back, Black. Step back. Stop! Stop! Black. No holding. Stop. No holding. Box. Stop.
Bell goes to signal the end of the round. One more to go here in this second fight of the night. And Aidarov just not able really to cut the ring off on Abdullaev and do enough to take enough of these rounds. Abdullaev is a skillful fighter.
Восьмой финальный раунд.
Бокс. Пробку уберите.
Into the final round. Abdullaev in the black, Aidarov in the white. Abdullaev winning the fight. A skillful all-round fighter, good technique, elusive. Accurate enough, certainly. Finishes on the right hook there, Abdullaev. Then again, just moves those feet. We've seen plenty of that over the course of the 8 rounds, and his conditioning is held up. Aidarov hasn't really been able to put that concerted pressure on him. A lot of the reason for that is his footwork. He's able to get himself out of tight spots. He's able to see them coming and maneuver away from
No push. Box.
those sorts of situations pretty easily.
No low blow. No low blow, Black. No holding. Break. No holding, no holding. No holding. Break!
So, final 30 seconds.
Head up. Box.
Aidarov has stuck to the task here. But Abdullaev has proved a very difficult target to pin down, and a good example of it there. He lets go with the jab, Aidarov, and Abdullaev just on the outside, able to pull that weight onto the back foot. His reflexes are good. His feet are underneath him, which is what allows him to
Step back. Box.
just pull that weight back with those hands down and stay out of the way. And there goes the final bell. And it's a good performance from Abdullaev. As I say, there's a reasonable amount that needs to be added there if he's to succeed in the pro ranks, but it's early. And all those things he achieved as an amateur, the Asian Under-22s, the World Championships bronze medal, they were done at a young age because he's still only 21. So there are definite possibilities with him. Stoops in with that jab and that previous replay, and dips at the waist, rolls under the right hand and slips off. And really we could look at 10-second periods from the entire fight and you would get a good idea of the skill set that Abdullaev has got. But that's his first pro fight for a couple of years, and it's an 8-rounder too.
Дамы и господа, в этом поединке двух больших мастеров своего дела, каждый из участников которого заслужил ваши аплодисменты, единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал из черного угла Alokhon Abdullaev.
As we expected, Alokhon Abdullaev announced as the winner. Successful return to the pro ring for him. And it'll be interesting to see how he pursues things from now on. Will he continue to box both codes, as you are absolutely allowed to do, and as plenty of people are doing, or will he concentrate on pro boxing from here on in? He's got a good skill set.
Которая стала основным организатором этого зрелища. Конечно, спасибо тренерам, спасибо бойцам за то, что сегодня покажете нам очень зрелищный бокс. Хочу поблагодарить также спонсоров и партнеров, которые сделали этот вечер красочным и вообще возможным к проведению. Конечно же, я хотел поблагодарить и представить, что здесь и школу башкирского бокса. Здесь есть сегодня наши воспитанники, которые будут показывать свое умение, и я уверен, что достигнут победы. Это, конечно, и Artur Subkhankulov, и Danis, Gabdrafikov, и Azalia Amineva. Желаем им победы. Дорогие зрители, Башкортостан только начинает этот путь по популяризации бокса. И сегодня, когда у нас уже более 9 тысяч боксеров занимаются по всей республике, мы будем продолжать набирать популярность. И осенью в рамках международного форума «Россия. Спортивная держава» пройдет чемпионат здесь у нас еще с большим количеством, я уверен, зрителей, еще более красочное мероприятие мы устроим. Поэтому еще раз всех благодарю и приглашаю в Башкортостан, в Уфу, самый гостеприимный регион Российской Федерации, Башкортостан. Уфа, поддержите!
Андрей Геннадьевич Назаров. Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем, и нас ожидает 10-раундовый поединок за титул WBA Asia в первом среднем весе. Добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга, претендент из Намибии Paulus Amavila.
Next up, we have a 10-rounder for the WBA Asia title at super welterweight, and making his way to the ring is Paulus Amavila from Namibia, just emerging from the archway on that far side. 31 years old, 11 fights, 10 wins, 1 defeat. That defeat came last December when he was challenging for the IBF Africa Super Lightweight title. It was a majority decision against Brian Venanfanga, so he stepped up in weight here. His last fight was in April in Namibia, a 5th round stoppage against Joseph Amutenya Abel.
Дамы и господа, приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол его соперник из России Vadim Musaev.
Musaev, also 31 years old, 9 fights and 9 wins. Turned pro back in 2016. Had 1 fight that year, a couple in 2017, and then didn't have another pro bout until May 2021. Later that year, I saw him at the World Championships in Belgrade in Serbia. The one that uniquely came just a couple of months after the Olympic Games. He got to the final, but lost to Ukraine's Yuri Zakhariev at 71 kilos, and Zakhariev put in a tremendous performance in that final, as he did throughout the whole tournament. Musaev has boxed 3 times this year, so that's a good rate of activity. Maybe now looking to commit himself to pro boxing. Had a couple of fights in Florida in autumn 2022 and spring 2023. Both wins in the first round.
Дамы и господа, добрый вечер! Из переполненной Уфа-арены в столице Башкортостана в прямом эфире телеканала Матч ТВ грандиозное боксерское шоу «Лига ставок. Ночь чемпионов IBA». Турнир представляют Международная боксерская ассоциация IBA в лице ее президента Умара Кремлева, правительство Республики Башкортостан, генеральный партнер IBA «Газпром», промоутеры турнира Iron and Gloves Promotion и Динамо Boxing Promotion. Дамы и господа, сейчас нас ожидают 10 раундов бокса за титул чемпиона WBA Asia в первом среднем весе. Супервайзер WBA Сергей Хурсанов. Представляю участников этого боя и первым боксера слева от меня в черном углу ринга. Ему 31 год, рост 173 сантиметра, вес 66,5 килограмма. Он чемпион Африки с прекрасным рекордом, который насчитывает 12 боев, 10 побед, только одно поражение, 1 ничья, 5 ярких побед нокаутом из Утапи, Намибия, Paulus King Paul Amavila. Его сопернику в золотом углу 31 год, его рост 175 сантиметров, а вес 66,45 килограмма. Чемпион России, финалист чемпионата мира, заслуженный мастер спорта с безупречным рекордом, 9 боев, 9 побед, 5 из них нокаутом из Каспийска, Дагестан, Россия, по прозвищу Хитман Вадим Musaev. Рефери боя Семен Стахеев.
Gentlemen box. Listen to my comment, okay? Shanghai, good luck.
Touch of gloves between the two, 10 rounds or fewer for the WBA Asia welterweight title. Slight height advantage there for Musaev and a reach advantage that should come with that. The Namibian fighter and beat Edward Trojanowski for the IVF. And beat Ricky Burns before that fight for undisputed against Terence Crawford. So they do have some form on the road. Amavila, as I said, with a good record, but stepping up a bit in weight here. Musaev boxing out of that southpaw stance. As mentioned, nice and active this year. This is his 4th fight, and we're only in August, so that is good to see. His last one was a wide points win over 8 in Moscow against Sagadat Rakhmankul. And he's looking to get onto the front foot nice and early here. And he's caught Amavila there. I think he clipped him with the right hand, maybe. And they just seemed to take his balance away immediately. And there's a long time remaining in the round here. It just seemed to take the balance away entirely. It was difficult to see exactly what it was that did the damage. I think it might have been a right hand highish to the head midway through the round, and Amavila will do well to get out of this opening round. Musaev not going too crazy. Just needs to pick his punches here. Amavila has been stung by that, buzzed, as we describe it. Those reactions at the minute will be quite slow. Musaev just needs to try and open him up maybe with a feint and then catch him again. It's a torrid start for the visitor. Musaev, though, is closer than anybody, and he's not going hell for leather for this, so maybe he feels that Amavila has recovered from that. But he didn't look all that solid when the referee was giving him the once-over. Just short with the left hand there, Musaev. He does lean in a bit, Amavila, doesn't he? In that southpaw stance, his weight is heavily on that front foot some of the time. It means that when he throws, that weight is all going one way, and it's difficult for him really to pull it back. Final few seconds of the round, and one that I did wonder whether Amavila would get through. Well, there goes the bell. He's trained well, Musaev. You can see that from the condition that he's in. Boxed at 71 kilos as a amateur, down to 66.7 as a professional. That pro training, and the fact that you weigh in the day before. Well, that was the instance where he just got hurt a little bit, and it was that right hand around about the ear that caused the problem. And you do often see that. It can just take the balance away. It is a little bit of a sweet spot around the ear. It can cause quite a dramatic effect, as we saw there. And Musaev won't be in any great rush here because he's got 10 rounds, but what he should do here really is just turn up the heat on Amavila, because he knows that he can hurt him. I think he will be aware after that opening round that he is significantly the better of the two, and a nice long loose left hand there just caught Amavila as he was coming forward again. That weight just leaning in. He picked his range really well there, Musaev. He wasn't down heavy, but he's been caught by these combinations, and Amavila again is in trouble here. Well over 2 minutes remaining in the round, and Musaev just needs to turn the screw. The openings are there. He doesn't need to go crazy. And again, he just throws those hands at Amavila, and he leans right in, and Musaev pulled his feet too far back there. He needs to just almost feint the jab, let him try and come in there, Amavila, and then as he comes in, just throw that 1-2. Good left hand to the body there from Musaev. Won that opening round 10-8. I will be surprised if we need the judges here. Cuffing right hand again there from Musaev. Quite circumspect here, Musaev. Maybe be a bit more aggressive, I think, and go after this a touch more, because, okay, he's had a knockdown in each round and he's winning this round, and it is difficult to see this going the distance and the judges being required, but you don't want to let anybody off the hook. When you've got them in trouble, you need to keep them there. Strange things can happen in that ring. So when you are the better fighter of the two, you need to impose that on your opponent and finish them, basically. Good crowd inside the arena as well, I have to say, from quite an early stage in the evening too. A very, very neat arena. Perfectly set up for boxing, really. Floor space not too big. There's that nicely timed 1-2. Just gave himself enough room as he came in, backed up a little bit there, just pulled back. And that's a different combination. But that's where he does the damage. Amavila looks to try and commit to an attack. Musaev just pulls back, bounces off that back foot, throws that 1-2. And he can't really miss, because Amavila, as I say, is weight is all coming one way. It's coming forward. He can't stop it coming forward when he commits to throwing punches, because he comes over the top of his front foot, basically. He's falling in, as it's described. And all he can really do in that scenario, if he's made to fall short, is get those gloves up. and let that momentum just take him onto his opponent's shoulder. That's really all you can do in that situation. If I was Musaev's corner, I think I would be telling him just to click through the gears a bit here. As I said, you don't need to go crazy, take any unnecessary risks. But from what we've seen so far, Amavila doesn't really pose too much of a threat. And when that's the case, you need to be ruthless. Good right hand again there from Musaev, and that just seemed to rock him slightly. He's really trying to tough this out, Amavila. I have to hand it to him. He's been down a couple of times. He's away from home. He's up against it in every conceivable way here. But he's still trying to get some punches off whenever he can. There's a combination again from Musaev. A couple of them were half blocked by Amavila. Knockdowns in the first 2 rounds. No knockdown in round 3 so far. Almost catching Amavila with the right hand there, Musaev. Just got through there with a short right hand, Amavila. And he's done better in this round, not just because he's managed not to hit the canvas, but he has landed a couple. End of the 3rd round. There's that left hand that lands just high on the chest, and a short right that caught him in a similar area to the one that he knocked him down with in the 1st round. I'd like to see Musaev be more aggressive in this 4th round. He doesn't need to take any risks here, because what's coming back at him doesn't pose that serious a threat, quite honestly. I think he needs to up the work rate, take his feet in closer, plant his feet and punch harder, because he's by a mile the better fighter of the 2 here. And what his team will want, what the crowd will want, is for him to put on a little bit of a show here and just get the stoppage. He's well capable of it. Just commit with his feet, commit to the punch a bit more, and it will happen. That's more like it. Good strong left hand, and down goes Amavila. And that's exactly what I was talking about. He just held his ground more there, Musaev. Dug those toes in a touch and really just shot that left hand down the middle. He can take it in that little bit closer, so that biting point when he lands is where it needs to be. Rather than catching Amavila on the end of a punch, he's catching him just like he did there. And that's where it has maximum impact. About 80% of full extension is said to be the optimum biting point, the range at which when you hit somebody, it has the full effect. And I don't think he's going to get out of this round, Amavila, and the referee waves his arms and calls it over, and right on cue, Vadim Musaev gave us what we wanted there and gave the arena what they wanted. A couple of knockdowns in the first 3 rounds, but what you didn't want at that point was for things to meander. He needed to do exactly what he did there, and credit to him, he took care of it. As I said, he was by far the superior of the two. You could see that from the outset, and what you don't want in that scenario, as I said, is for things just to drift, and then all of a sudden you're wondering if you are going to get the stoppage, and then you're trying a bit too hard and you're snatching at your punches, and then he maybe gets a little bit of confidence, and all of a sudden what has started so well can really fizzle out into something pretty unsatisfactory, but he did not allow that to happen. So 10-0 now for Musaev, and he becomes the WBA Asia champion at welterweight. That could see him get the top 15 ranking. It's always kind of hard to tell, but it certainly gets him on their radar, which is an important thing.
Рефери Семен Стахеев остановил поединок на отметке 1 минута и 10 секунд 4-го раунда. Техническим нокаутом победу одержал и стал новым чемпионом WBA Asia в первом среднем весе Vadim Musaev, Россия.
So stoppage number 6 in 10 wins for Vadim Musaev, and that WBA Asia welterweight title belt goes round his waist. Four wins already this year, and I'd imagine he will be looking to get back out before the end of 2024, at least once, because that won't have taken much out of him tonight.
Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем, и на очереди 6-раундовый женский поединок в весовой категории до 66 килограммов. Рефери боя Йована Угренович, Сербия. И первый. Добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга из Танзании Рехема Абдалlah Mafundo.
6 rounds of welterweight up next between Rehema Abdallah Mafundo, who's making her way to the ring now, and Russia's Azalia Amineva. Mafundo brings a good record, 10 wins with 9 stoppages and 1 draw. But it's difficult to read too much into that record, to be honest. She's boxed debutantes and novices, nobody of any great note so far. But that doesn't mean that she's not capable of stepping up to that higher level. She hasn't boxed for a year. Her last fight was a stoppage win last July. This is her first fight outside of her home country of Tanzania. The draw, by the way, came back in her second contest in 2017.
А сейчас добро пожаловать в золотой угол ринга, представляющая Башкортостан, Россия, Азалия Amineva.
A professional debut for Azalia Amineva, 21 years old, a European youth champion back in 2021, boxed at the Senior World Championships last year and won the Cup of Petroleum Nations earlier this year, so she's had a very, very good grounding and may be intending to pursue an elite amateur career and the pro career concurrently. As mentioned earlier on in the piece, plenty of people do that now.
Боксеру в черном углу ринга 25 лет. Рост 163 сантиметра, официальный вес 63,5 килограмма. Чемпионка Танзании, чемпионка Африки с прекрасным рекордом, который насчитывает 11 боев, 10 побед, 9 из них нокаутом и 1 ничья, представляющая Пвани, Танзания, Рехема Абдалlah Mafundo. Боксеру в золотом углу 21 год. Рост 174 сантиметра, вес 66 килограммов ровно. Мастер спорта международного класса. Двукратная чемпионка России, победитель первенства Европы и мира, чемпионка игр БРИКС, представляющая Октябрьский Башкортостан, Россия, Азалия Amineva.
Head up, no holding, no low blows, and listen to my comments. Good luck and fair play.
Amineva in the white, Mafundo in the black.
Coach.
Pretty significant height advantage there for Amineva. Mafundo stepping up a bit in weight here, 63.5. That puts her at light welterweight, super lightweight, rather than welterweight, which is where she's boxing tonight. And Amineva starts off there with a beautiful jab, just planted that up from the waist and caught Mafundo square on with it. And she started quick here, Amineva, using that reach. 6 2-minute rounds. Well picked left hand there from Amineva, and that just moved Mafundo a little bit. Very well timed. And this is going to be a tough 6 rounds for the visitor. She doesn't want to get backed up into corners like she is there. Amineva just shaping, having a look, trying to see if she can open her up somehow. Again, just lands that left hand, but not with any real power that time. And a bit like the fight we've just seen, Amineva here, I think will know at the end of this first round that she can go after Mafundo. There's not really very much coming back. I don't think she's got it in her locker to really trouble Amineva. And that maybe the stoppage is here for her. Having said that, Mafundo's not looked hurt during this first round, but in professional boxing, of course, it's about winning, but it's also about looking good. Early stages of a career anyway. Mafundo did well there, though. Eventually she goes down, actually, the referee calling the knockdown. Be interesting to see that one again. There were punches that landed, but she dipped low at the waist and seemed to be doing a pretty good job of eluding most of them. And the referee's actually stopped it. The referee stopped it. She's had a look at Mafundo and decided that she doesn't like what she sees, and I can't argue because she is the closest person to the action, and Mafundo didn't exactly give off the vibe of somebody who was desperate to continue. So I make that a good decision from the referee. Be good to see the finish again. I think Amineva will be slightly disappointed, maybe, that she didn't get a few more minutes under her belt there. I certainly fancied the stoppage to come before too long, but it came a lot more swiftly than I would have anticipated. She got trapped in the corner. Amineva let her hands go. From the angle I'm seeing it from, there's a nice one too. That was earlier in the round, I think. Caught with that left, moved back into the corner. Again, that was earlier in the round. And she did avoid the shots pretty well there when she was in that corner. Only a couple landed, and in the end she was kind of dragged down there by Amineva. So I personally wouldn't have said that that was that clear a knockdown. There were punches in there, but it was the drag down on the back of the neck which eventually put her down. It's kind of a 50-50 call, really, but in any case, the referee was proven right, I think, because when she had a look at Mafundo, she could see that she didn't really want any more and waved the contest over. So a first round win for Azalia Amineva on her professional debut. Always a night to remember. I think next time out they will look to try and find some stiffer opposition for her. This will have been a good experience for her. This kind of arena, this kind of crowd. Pro boxing is different to amateur boxing in so many different ways, but she won't have learned an awful lot inside the ring from tonight. But for a debut, that's okay. That is absolutely okay. But I think they want to get her back out as quick as they can, really. And a first career defeat for Rehema Mafundo.
Дамы и господа, поединок остановлен на отметке 2 минуты стартового раунда. Техническим нокаутом победу одержала из золотого угла Азалия Amineva.
Azalia Amineva off to a very, very good start.
Rehema Abdallah Mafundo. Дамы и господа, наш вечер бокса продолжит 8-раундовый поединок в весовой категории до 75 килограммов. Рефери боя Валерий Пастухов, Молдова. И в черный угол ринга добро пожаловать из Колумбии Juan Narvaez.
So coming up, a match at super middleweight between Juan Narvaez of Colombia, that's him you're looking at now, and Dzhambulat Bizhamov of Russia. Narvaez 19, with Cartagena. On the coast in the north of Colombia, 9 fights and 9 wins, all have come by way of stoppage. They've all been in Colombia. He's won national titles at middleweight and super middleweight. Very recently, he won the WBA Fedecaribe super middleweight title as well. One big name on his record, that's Danis Perez. Perez, though, at his best was boxing at lightweight, so must have put on a few pounds in his later years, but still a skillful fighter.
Дамы и господа, приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол, представляющий Тулу, Россия, Dzhambulat Bizhamov.
And talking of skillful fighters, that's exactly what this man is. European Youth Champion twice, IBA World Youth Champion in 2018, Russia's Senior Champion a couple of years in a row, and then I saw him at the World Championships in Belgrade in 2021, starting up a new Olympic cycle, and I thought he was absolutely terrific. He got to the final against Juan Hernandez of Cuba, lost that final, but I came away from it thinking that his was a name that I needed to remember. Didn't make it to the World Championships in 2023. Pavel Sasulin went for Russia on that occasion, but got a silver at the Euros earlier this year. One fight as a pro, that was back in April, a win over 6 rounds.
Дамы и господа, нас ожидают 8 раундов бокса в весовой категории до 75 килограммов. Боксеру в черном углу 19 лет, рост 180 сантиметров, официальный вес 74,5 килограмма. Чемпион Колумбии в среднем и во втором среднем весе, чемпион WBA Fedecaribe во втором среднем весе с устрашающим рекордом. 9 боев, 9 побед, все 9 нокаутом, представляющий богату Колумбия по прозвищу Красавчик Juan Pretty Boy Narvaez. Боксеру в золотом углу 23 года, рост 185 сантиметров, а вес 74,9 килограмма. Его рекорд насчитывает 1 бой, в нем одержана победа. А в любительском боксе он мастер спорта международного класса, трехкратный чемпион России, победитель Кубка Европы, финалист чемпионата мира, представляющий Тулу, Россия, Dzhambulat, Bizhamov.
Head up, no holding, no low blow. Listen to me comments. Shake hand. Good luck.
Two young men here, 23 years old, Bizhamov 19. Narvaez, Bizhamov just a little bit taller. Be interesting to see what we get from Narvaez because he's largely unproven in terms of the opposition. You can't do much better than win all your fights by stoppage. And Colombian fighters generally have got a bit of a crack on them. They do always seem to carry some power. One thing you notice straight away is that even though these two are obviously operating in the same weight category, Bizhamov looks quite a lot bigger than Narvaez. Would have put on some weight after the weigh-in. Yesterday, Narvaez is in sensational shape. But was boxing at middleweight as early as this time, as recently as this time last year. He just had great rhythm, Bizhamov, watching him in that World Championships. Really good balance, picked his punches well, moves from orthodox to southpaw there. This has been set at 75 kilos, which is 11 stone 11, if my calculations are correct, so almost midway between middleweight and the super middleweight. So it'll be interesting to see with Bizhamov which way he actually goes with that. At 23, you feel like he's going to end up being a super middleweight, but if he can make it down to middleweight, maybe he will decide to do that. Looking to try and get on the jab. A minute remaining in round one. Bizhamov in the white, Narvaez in the black. Long right hand into the body, and Narvaez at the minute can't really get near Bizhamov. That's a problem he's got because the Russian is just keeping this long, utilising those tools. Great side on, look at his jab there. Pretty textbook. And getting inside that is the problem for Narvaez. He's trying to do it there with the peekaboo style. He's got those gloves off. He's coming in quite square, trying to just bob and weave past this lead left hand. And then once he gets into range, then he'll look to let his hands go, as he did there, just winging in the big left hook, but it wasn't quite close enough. He needs to try and just keep putting this front foot pressure on Bizhamov, but he's got to move that head on his way forward and not just hope he tires. That's not a good enough plan, but in your mind you have to have it that if you keep the heat on somebody, then they will begin to feel it. You need that belief, because he can't win this fight from the outside, and you'll know that. They're just dipping at the waist to try and get closer, and Bizhamov just chopped down on him. And that's the key tool for Bizhamov, that lovely lead left hand. He can make life extremely difficult for Narvaez with that jab. Starts off the second round southpaw, Bizhamov. Just looking to go up and down with that lead hand, Bizhamov, just feinting with it, and then throws the combination. He's trying to come forward with that guard up, Narvaez. But he has to try and move his head as he's on the way in, because otherwise he's just going to get hit with that jab and he'll find himself rocked back, and then he'll need to reset and go again, and it will just keep happening over and over and over again. Nice combination there from Bizhamov. Body and head. Looking for the uppercut there, just short. That jab looks pretty sharp from the southpaw stance as well. Not quite as heavy as when he was throwing it from the orthodox stance, but that's a rapid combination. The final left hand got through the guard there. Final few seconds of round two. Switch back orthodox towards the end of the round here, Bizhamov. Again, there's that jab, sinks in the right hand. And just doing things according to the textbook at the moment. Establishing that lead hand and throwing the rear hand. The odd flurry where he'll finish to the body. And at the minute, there's just nothing that Narvaez can do about this. Had the guard up in place there, Narvaez, and he hasn't let that much through. His defences have been okay, but he hasn't yet managed to get into range to really let anything meaningful go himself. And he can't just wait and hope that Bizhamov will get overconfident or slow down. He's got to try and do something to work his way in. Try and use his own jab, move that head, whatever it is, because at the minute Bizhamov is controlling the range and therefore controlling the fight very comfortably. There's that jab again. And this is like a sparring session for Bizhamov at the moment. I don't want to be unkind to Narvaez because Bizhamov is really good. But it'll be interesting to see if the Russian fighter can click through the gears. He's won those first 2 rounds, he's winning this round. Will he look to get progressively more aggressive? He still might be slightly cautious because he doesn't really know yet what Narvaez has got in terms of power, because he hasn't managed to get any shots off and land. And he won't take any unnecessary risks. Nice combination again, just pecking with the jab there really, but it's blinding his opponent, tripling up on the jab. None of the 3 actually was particularly strong, but it meant that when he threw the right hand, it got through. That's a nice combination then. Look for the uppercut. Narvaez just fired off a couple himself there. But it's been very difficult for him to land anything on Bizhamov. It's been hard for him to get many punches off, to be honest, because that jab comes out just regularly enough. He's not going crazy, throwing bundles of punches here, Bizhamov, but he just throws enough. Narvaez is maybe waiting a little bit too long. But it's easy to say that. He does need to try and mix things up a bit here, though, the Colombian. Unless he's happy just to go through the 8 rounds like this, he's not taking too much punishment. He could do this through the 8 rounds, go home without too much damage, but he's an undefeated fighter. He's 9-0, and he's got that pride, and I feel like we will see him go for it at some point, or as much as he can. It's hard to tell sometimes, because although Bizhamov doesn't seem to be landing all that heavily, if these are sharper than they look, these punches, and they are nice and crisp, and Narvaez is just feeling them a little bit, he may not open up for fear that he will get caught every time that he does. I wouldn't be surprised if the corner are telling him there, listen, you've got to do some more here. If you don't, then we're going to get 8 rounds of this, and it'll just get progressively worse as he gets more confident. You've got to try and knock him out of his rhythm if you can. Looking for the jab there, just standing a bit closer this round. Narvaez, his starting position is slightly closer to Bizhamov and looking to try and use his own jab, and that's an encouraging sign for him. Yes, he's in range to get caught by the jab, but he's been in range to get caught by the jab anyway. And if you're going to be in range, then you may as well stand close enough that you have your opponent in range. So this is better from Narvaez. It's more positive. Good jab again there from Bizhamov. He could throw that all night because he doesn't really have to put too much effort in it. Through the right-hand lead there from the orthodox stance, followed it through with his right foot, which took him into the southpaw set-up. That's a decent jab there from Narvaez. And this is definitely better from him. As I say, he's a little bit closer, he's looking more aggressive. Just gathers his feet there and looks to get across the ring and get after Bizhamov a bit, who again just pops out that jab. It's the final minute of round 4. Bizhamov just cupping with that left. And you see there, he just pours out that lead hand there, almost just to separate the gloves in the guard, and then looks for the left hand straight down the middle. It's clever. Left hand round the back of the guard, then the uppercut up the centre, and he's looking to try and find those gaps, and he will like the fact that Narvaez is being more aggressive himself, because that will give him openings. Terrific boxing again there, left hand into the body, then the uppercut, and now just swaggering across the ring after Narvaez, and this is accurate, punishing stuff, because he's feeling these, Narvaez, because Bizhamov is just finding the gaps so many times in the last 30 seconds. He's curled a left or a right, round the back of the guard. You can see the gap for it there. Just goes round the back of the glove, and then he'll whip it up the middle with the uppercut. And you see the head rock back. So that was a good finish to the round. And it's just possible that that will see Narvaez go back into his shell a bit, because he did give it more of a crack in that round. But as I said, the problem with that could be that when he does, you leave openings yourself, you start to get caught more yourself, and you might think, hang on a second, this is tough. I don't need to be too ambitious, because if I am, then it looks like this might be what can happen. But it'd be good to see Bizhamov just pick up where that previous round left off. It's the second half of the fight now. Went 6 on his debut back in April. This is scheduled for 8. He seems equally effective in either stance, Bizhamov. Again, there's a nice quick hands, a nice quick flurry, and the jab. He got through the flurry, then just switched off slightly, dropped the gloves, and the jab came out immediately. And there's that switch up, the left hand round the back of the guard, and then the uppercut. Chopping down with the right hand, and then the uppercut again, and he's tenderizing Narvaez here. Narvaez can't really get anything off, because when he does try and throw, things generally are tending to get a bit worse for him, and all he can do really in this round is cover up. Midway through the round, he's already taken plenty in this 5th, and Bizhamov just needs to keep the heat on here. And I think it might be one of those occasions where he manages to soak it up until he doesn't. I could see him maybe sinking to a knee at some point under these kinds of attacks. Nothing's really coming back. He tries to get that right hand out over the top, but this is tough for Narvaez. This is really tough. He's getting bullied here, essentially, by a very good fighter, and that is not a good situation to be in. But he's hanging in there, and I give him credit for that. He's really digging those toes in now, Bizhamov, and trying to put some heat on these shots. You look at Narvaez there as they're broken apart, and he's in trouble here. He really is in trouble. 30 seconds remaining in the round. And at the end of this round, I wonder whether the corner will start to have a think about it, because he's getting an absolute hiding here now. He really is. And down he goes eventually with that long right hand, and If he's got any sense, he'll stay there, to be honest. I think the referee might have waved it over. He must have done. The corner just leaning between the ropes straight away anyway and coming in. I think the towel may have come in or the referee has stopped it. And Narvaez, to be honest with you, he did well to stay on his feet for as long as he did in that round, because that was the boxing equivalent of death by 1,000 cuts, because the accuracy and the increasing viciousness of the assault there from Bizhamov was impressive. And Narvaez, he just wasn't able to throw a single thing, and every time he did throw, he got punished. As I said, in that fourth round, he was more aggressive. But it didn't work, and ultimately just left more openings. And I wondered whether Bizhamov would start round 5 like he ended round 4, and he took about 20 seconds to warm in, and then he did exactly that. And there's that right hand, eventually puts him down. And as I said, he did well to stay up as long as he did, because so many landed on the gloves, on the forearm, but plenty got through clean. And that was a seek and destroy job there from Dzhambulat Bizhamov against an opponent who was unproven, but who came in shape and who's got some minerals. I will say that about him. I would love to see Bizhamov tested a little bit more rigorously before too long, though, because, as I said, sometimes you see someone, and although he didn't win gold at that World Championships, he was 21, maybe 20 actually at that point, and you just knew that there were possibilities with him. It was surgical stuff.
Остановил поединок на отметке 2 минуты и 40 секунд 5-го раунда. Техническим нокаутом победу одержал и остается не знающим поражений Dzhambulat Bizhamov, Россия.
An impressive win for Bizhamov. They need to get him back out again as soon as they can, I think. That's the key with somebody like him. Keep him learning, keep him progressing, challenge him a bit. Narvaez did his absolute best tonight, but wasn't really able to provide him with too much of a challenge.
Грандиозный вечер бокса IBA Champions Night вернется в Уфу совсем скоро. С 17 по 19 октября столица Башкортостана примет форум «Россия. Спортивная держава», в рамках которого здесь, на Уфа-арене, пройдет вечер профессионального бокса с участием лучших боксеров мира. Следите за новостями. Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем, и на очереди 6-раундовый поединок в весовой категории до 67 килограммов. Рефери боя Лука Вадилонга, Италия. Добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга из Монголии Misheelt Battumur.
6 rounds of welterweight coming your way now. This is Misheelt Battumur joining us from Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia. It's a pro debut for him. Bronze at the World Championships last year. Lost to Asakuja Mudikujayev in the semi-finals, who went on to win gold and who may be about to do exactly the same thing in the Paris Olympics. Battumur boxed in the 2021 World Championships as well. Went out in the early stages, a Mongolian champion. And a good fighter.
Дамы и господа, приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол ринга из Уфы, Россия, Danis Gabdrafikov!
And Battumur will be up against the home fighter, Danis Gabdrafikov, 3-0 as a pro. Made his debut back in 2021 and then had a couple of fights last year. Last fight actually was a majority decision win over 4 rounds. That was in November in Moscow against Matvey Golovanev. This is his first 6-rounder. Did box for Russia as an amateur. Boxed in that code earlier this year, actually, losing a fight to Ruslan Abdullaev of Uzbekistan.
Дамы и господа, нас ожидают 6 раундов весовой категории до 67 килограммов. Боксеру в черном углу 27 лет. Его рост 173 сантиметра, официальный вес 67 килограммов ровно. Мастер спорта международного класса, бронзовый призер чемпионата мира в Ташкенте из Улан-Батора, Монголия, Misheelt Battumur. Боксеру в золотом углу 25 лет. Рост 170 сантиметров, а вес 66,5 килограмма. Мастер спорта России, двукратный чемпион Приволжского федерального округа, победитель Спартакиады России с профессиональным рекордом 3 боя, 3 победы, одна из них нокаутом. Из Уфы, Россия, Danis Gabdrafikov.
Okay, guys, watch your head, no punches back, no low blow, no holding. Listen to my command, touch your glove, and good luck.
Luca Vadalonga stepping back into the middle again for this one. I think this is going to be a good match. I'm not seeing loads of Gabdrafikov. I've seen more of Battumur. Not much to say about the tail of the tape there. Obviously, Battumur has had a really good amateur career. Gabdrafikov, maybe not quite such an impressive one, but it's difficult to become a #1, a #2, a #3 even in Russia. The competition is so fierce. He's had the more experience in the pro ring, but how much that really counts for, we'll have to wait and see. So, Gabdrafikov in the white, he's boxing as a southpaw. Battumur in the black, in the orthodox stance. He's scheduled for 6. Let's try and bring on with a big lead left hook there. Battumur, it was well wide of the target. Neither really in range yet, early stages though. A minute gone in round 1. Left to the body has landed a couple of times for Gabdrafikov. Battumur's guard is quite high. You look at it there, his elbows are away from that rib cage. There's quite a lot to aim at there if you're Gabdrafikov.
Hey, come on,
Heads almost cracking together on the inside there. Gabdrafikov just pinning the arm there of Battumur, but leaving himself just enough room to dig into the body with that right hand. Into the final minute of round 1. After this fight, we've got Artur Subkhankulov against Roland Galos. Subkhankulov defending that IBA European title over 8 rounds at lightweight. That's the top of the bill. Seen some good performances tonight. Both of these two looking to put one on in this contest. Not much in this opening round. Reaching for the right hand. Left hand to the body's probably won the round for Gabdrafikov, I would say. Both have just been slightly out of range, but that left to the body has made it to the target enough times, and again there. caught Battumur with a nice right hand as he came forward there. He's had the better of that opening round, I think, the Russian fighter in the white. Just bouncing on the balls of his feet a bit there, slightly in and out with the feet, and then looks to try and close the distance. There you see him again there, just moving that lead left hand, looks for the jab, hooks off the jab. Meanwhile, Gabdrafikov, less movement, but you see him just creep in with that front foot. There he goes, just inching forward with it. If you look down at the canvas there, he's just gradually taking that space, tapping each other's lead hands, and then he'll look for that left hand to the body. He's landed it so many times because, as I mentioned at the start, the guard is quite high from Battumur. The elbows are well away from the rib cage, and so it's there, it's on offer pretty much all of the time. It's not wildly exciting, but Gabdrafikov is able to land a scoring punch whenever he throws it. Left hand again there, straight down the middle. That was more towards the chin from Gabdrafikov. Just stepped out, got that lead foot on the outside of Battumur's lead foot.
Turn around.
Closing stages of round two. And similar to the first round, this second round. And there's that left to the body again. He's won the fight with that left to the body so far, and he will continue to win the fight with it. Interesting to see if he wants to be a bit more expansive. I expect he will. But at the minute, he's just put those first two rounds in his pocket, I think. Gabdrafikov mainly just by inching in with that front foot, dipping his knees and throwing that left hand straight into the chest, stomach of Battumur. That time just dipped off to his right hand side and threw it over the top. Battumur catched him with the right hand there. Jab up top, left hand to the body, always a good combination. Into the third round, Gabdrafikov. Local fighter boxing out of Ufa, he's in the white. Misheelt Battumur of Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, in the black.
Hey, don't turn around. Box.
There's that left again, just dips off to his right-hand side, throws it. Battumur leads up with the right hand, and he's pinned the left hand there of Gabdrafikov, and the referee's having a quick word with him. They eventually work it out between the two of them. There's not loads in this. Gabdrafikov, I think, is quite clearly won those first couple. Battumur's problem really is that as he's inching into range, he's always open to that left hand, and it's a scoring punch firstly, and secondly it just knocks him back and he has to reset and start again. He has to just try and do something to not make that quite as easy for Gabdrafikov, really. Because it's a double whammy. It's a scoring punch, a really easy punch for the judges to see, and it stops him in his tracks. Gabdrafikov really doesn't need to do any more than just take it when it's on offer. As I said, he probably will want to crank things up and be more expansive and please the crowd a bit. He's in front of a home crowd after all, but he really doesn't need to. In terms of winning the fight, he doesn't need to. In terms of providing a spectacle, he does need to.
No punches back, no more.
Luka Badalonga is possibly just losing a little bit of patience here, saying that Battumur is giving Gabdrafikov one round the back of the head there. They both actually landed quite solid punches just then. Right hand was maybe a little bit low there from Battumur, but the shot before that just caused Gabdrafikov to rock back onto his heels slightly. I think there might have been a little bit of a clash of the front feet. I did wonder for a split second whether he'd really felt one, but I don't think that was the case. Into the second half of the fight then. The schedule for 6 at welterweight. Danis Gabdrafikov is in the white. Misheelt Battumur in the black. Gabdrafikov, by my reckoning, has won these first 3 rounds. As I was saying, there's not been a huge margin of victory in either one. He's just managed to pick the better punches. Hooking off the jab again there, Battumur, and walked straight onto a nice stiff straight left hand that this time landed to the head rather than the body. He's trying to bring the heat more in this round, Battumur. I think the corner will have told him, listen, you're down, so you need to do something about this. It's not been a dirty fight, but they both had their transgressions every now and again. Sitting down on that left hand a bit more there. Gabdrafikov looking to do some damage, steps into that one as well. Maybe a bit too much. He's looking for that left to the head. That headshot more now, Gabdrafikov. In the second half, he's, as I suspected he would do, looking to send that left straight down the middle and do some damage rather than land it to the body. Battumur has definitely looked to increase the pace in this fourth round, but hasn't had too much success with it. Straight right hand there from Battumur. It's a slightly disjointed fight because Battumur in particular, when he attacks, looks to spring forward, throw two, maybe three, and then he kind of falls in and the two fighters come together. And then the referee ends up getting in and splitting them apart. So the rhythm to this one has tended to be a touch staccato at times. Hasn't really flowed. Little nick on the left eyelid there of Gabdrafikov, and it's sore because the blood can go straight into the eye and quite simply cannot stop yourself from blinking your eyes, obviously. So the irritation it causes is constant, really. That could have been how that was caused there. Nice long left hand. The get hand right from Battumur was a decent shot. He really committed to it.
Seconds up.
Okay.
Two rounds remaining. Battumur just trying to keep that head on the move, and that is decent head movement, but he's well out of range as he's doing it there. He needs to do that as he's on the way forward. You quite often see that with fighters. Nicely just moving his weight between feet, moving that head, but then when they actually move in, the head stops moving. And it's at that point that it's most important that it does move. Saw the wide swinging right hand coming there, Gabdrafikov, and managed to avoid it. Nice straight right hand, left hand rather, down the middle. I'm sure he would absolutely love to finish really strong these final two rounds, Gabdrafikov, but I think he'll realise that Battumur is quite awkward. He's still pretty ambitious. He's winning the fight, Gabdrafikov, but he doesn't need to do anything silly here. That's really the only way this can go wrong. I think it's just a case of box these rounds, get the win on points, never mind really trying to go after him. Nothing has happened to suggest that he might be able to get the stoppage in the just over 4 minutes that are remaining. That's assuming that the judges are seeing this the way that I'm seeing it. It's been competitive, absolutely, but Gabdrafikov has just landed better shots throughout the course of the fight so far. This is probably Battumur's best round. Lovely long straight left hand there from Gabdrafikov. The crowd enjoyed that one. Battumur took it well. There's a big, wide, swinging right hand, and he's unlikely to land that, to be honest, because he sees it, Gabdrafikov, coming from right at the back of the hall. He landed the overhand right earlier, but he was a lot tighter, dipped his left shoulder, and it wasn't nearly as easy to pick up. So 1 round remaining here. There it is. That big overhand right, the straight left-hander got through there from Gabdrafikov. And that's the punch that's done all the heavy lifting for him in this fight. Earlier rounds it was to the body. Since halfway it's been more up towards the head, but that straight left and the uppercut there, but again it's the left hand.
Seconds now. Финальный 6-й раунд и ваша поддержка, Уфа!
Sixth and final round. Good jab to start things off with there from Gabdrafikov. Battumur still coming forward. Now, it's been boxed at a decent pace, this. Neither one of these two looks like they're feeling it in any way.
Hold it, Russia, hold it. Break!
Decent right hand there from Battumur. And we'll keep trying to bring the heat right up until the very end. Midway through round 6. Personally, I think he needs something pretty spectacular in the final minute and a half of this contest if he's going to win it. You can make a stronger case for him in rounds 5 and 6 so far than I think in rounds 1 to 4. So it could be that he gets something on the board in the later stages here, Battumur, but Gabdrafikov with that left hand, and again there it comes shooting through the middle. Not absolutely clean, but clean enough. Closing stages of our penultimate fight of the night. One more to come after this. Artur Subkhankulov against Roland Galos. Over 8 rounds at lightweight. And they'll get a big ovation at the end here. Gabdrafikov as a hometown fighter. Subkhankulov is exactly the same thing, so they've saved those two for last. And the bell goes at the end of the 6th and final round. Decent display that from Gabdrafikov, I think, against an awkward opponent who was always looking to come forward and try and get something done. He had to make sure that he did enough to not really offer him too much encouragement. And breathing quite heavily at the end there, I think. Certainly for me, he's done enough, but he did bring some pressure there, Battumur.
Дамы и господа, прежде чем мы узнаем имя победителя, ваши аплодисменты обоим участникам этого ярчайшего боя. И в этом поединке единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал Danis Gabdrafikov.
Our MC, Alexander Zarokov, just building up the tension there with a nice little pause before he announced the winner. But Gabdrafikov, I think, would always have been confident. I don't think that would have made him nervous. And as I've been saying, it was a decent performance against an opponent who brought it. He wasn't especially eye-catching, but it can't always be. And he moves on to 4-0.
господа, нас ожидает главное событие вечера. 8-раундовый поединок в весовой категории до 60 килограммов за титул чемпиона Европы IBA. И первым в черный угол ринга добро пожаловать из Венгрии Роланд Galos.
Roland Galos from Hungary, very experienced fighter, 6 fights, 6 wins as a pro. As an amateur, boxed in the World Championships in 2019, went relatively deep, got to the quarterfinals, qualified for the Tokyo Olympics, but unfortunately for him, lost in his first fight. Was in the Bochkai actually earlier this year, the Bochkai tournament. So again, another fighter who has continued pro and amateur concurrently. All 6 pro fights have been in Hungary, and he's not really been tested. I think it's fair to say. The last time he stepped through the ropes as a pro was in May. That was over 4 rounds, and it was a win, obviously.
Дамы и господа, на пути в золотой угол ринга приветствуйте его соперник из Уфы, Россия, Artur Subkhankulov.
Subkhankulov is back in action very, very quickly. I saw him just a few weeks ago in Surfukov, where he won by stoppage against the undefeated Abed Kasongo. He won the IBA Pro European title in April here against James Teregi of Romania. And he's been taking down some undefeated fighters, not just Kasongo, but last April, Lazarus Sheningwa. That was by 2nd round knockout, and then over 10 rounds, he beat Alokhon for sign-off. Experienced international as an amateur, boxed in World Series boxing. Didn't make it into any of the really big competitions such as Continental Championships or World Championships, but still made a good fist of things.
Дамы и господа, Международная боксерская ассоциация при масштабной поддержке правительства Республики Башкортостан, промоутеры Iron and Gloves, а также Dynamo Boxing Promotions с гордостью представляют вашему вниманию главное событие вечера. 8 раундов в весовой категории до 60 килограммов за титул чемпиона Европы IBA. Дамы и господа, прошу всех встать. Звучит государственный гимн Венгрии. Дамы и господа, звучит государственный гимн Российской Федерации. Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидает главное событие вечера. 8-раундовый поединок за титул чемпиона Европы IBA в весовой категории до 60 килограммов. Боксеры в ринге. А это значит, что время слов позади и пришло время битвы! В черном углу ринга претендент. Ему 29 лет, его рост 175 сантиметров, официальный вес 59,5 килограмма. Трехкратный чемпион Венгрии, бронзовый призер чемпионата Европы, участник Олимпийских игр в Токио из Васкута, Венгрия, Roland Galos! Боксеру в золотом углу 32 года. Его рост 170 сантиметров, а вес 59,9 килограмма. Мастер спорта международного класса. Многократный финалист чемпионатов России. Победитель Кубка мира нефтяных стран и престижного турнира Странджа. Действующий чемпион Европы IBA с безупречным рекордом. 6 боев, 6 побед, 4 нокаута. Из Уфы, Россия, Artur Subkhankulov! Рефери боя Сергей Журкин, Россия.
Head up, no low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
There's a tail of the tape. Bit of a height advantage there for Galos. Nothing major. This is at lightweight.
Cup, please.
And as you can see, the arena well attended.
Box.
So here we go, 8 rounds for the IBA lightweight European title. Subkhankulov in the white, Galos in the black. Two southpaws. Galos just trying to stab to the body with that left hand. These two just circling around each other, not far away from each other. Good defence that from Galos. Just able to drop those elbows in, cross those elbows almost, defend the body. Good jab from Subkhankulov, that got through. They both look nice and sharp. just missing with the combination there, Galos. The busier of the two has been Subkhankulov. Not much has got through that clean, but he's thrown plenty, just tucked up behind the shoulder there, Galos. He does it well, actually. He gets the gloves up there, but he's able to tuck in that chin and ride punches quite often. Subkhankulov again just going down to the body. A minute remaining in round one, and he's had the better of this so far. Pecky with the jab and then shortens up the left hand. It's an increasingly good start, this, actually, from the home fighter. Galos is struggling to really get anything off here. It's a good combination. Three-punch combination, the second of which the left hand, I think, got through cleanest. Galos winging off with the lead right hand, but that is very unlikely to land sooner than the straight punches that are coming back in his direction. He's waiting too long, the visitor. Again, there's that three-punch combination, finishes on the right hand. That is, I'm pretty confident, Egor Musaev, a former Olympic gold medalist at light heavyweight for Russia back in London 2012. It certainly looked like him. And if it looked like him when he sat ringside at the boxing event, there's a good chance it is him. Playing for the cameras there. Fighters from earlier in the night. Having a look at ringside. So into the second round. Good opening round that for Subkhankulov. Outworked Galos, really. Did get some decent shots through. Galos has got to try and go with him a little bit more, because in that round, Subkhankulov set the tempo. That's better from Galos already, looking to try and use that jab. He is a quick, twitchy kind of fighter. And he does look like he has got a decent enough jab there when he flicks it up from the waist. He's got to do it more, because he rolls that combination well, but Subkhankulov is just moving around him, flicking out that jab, and Galos isn't letting him do it exactly, but he's not really returning fire all that much. And it might just be taking a little bit of time for Galos to adjust, because his level of competition in the pro ring has not been that high, and that's putting it kindly, whereas Subkhankulov has been in with some decent operators. He's had plenty of rounds, and maybe that's showing in the fact that he's just started a lot sharper here than his opponent, and he's winning this second round in exactly the same manner in which he was winning the first. Good lead right hook there from Subkhankulov. Just touches with the left hand and then really dug his toes in on that right kind of long uppercut, very solid up jab.
Head up, go, head up, no holding, no holding.
Another decent round there for Subkhankulov. As I said, the defences for Galos are pretty good. You see him just tucking up there, and not an awful lot gets through, but enough is getting through. If Subkhankulov was just throwing singles, then Galos would be able to cope with that comfortably, but he's throwing in combination. As you can see when you watch the replays back, maybe the first one doesn't get through, maybe the second one doesn't, but the third one does, or maybe the second of four does. But they're coming from slightly different angles, and one of them will make it. Maybe a couple will make it, and that's enough. So Galos has to try and do something here. Doubles up on the jab there. The second one was nice and crisp. Swapping lead hands, and then Subkhankulov dipping to his right and looking for the uppercut. Again, he's just the busier of the two here. Galos has got to try and change something, because these rounds are slipping away from him. Plenty of time yet, 5 more to come after this, but when the tempo is set, it can be quite difficult to disturb it. And the good thing for Subkhankulov is that he's nice and busy. He's just rotating around Galos, not giving him any peace really. He's not throwing bundles and bundles of punches, but he's throwing enough. Galos just waiting too long really. He needs to try and get there first. He needs to try and be first. Everything he's doing is very reactive, not a proactive one. Is Subkhankulov. It's the final minute of the round. The referee had called break. Bearing it up with the jab, goes up to the head, then down to the body twice. There's a defence of Galos. And as I said, quite a lot is half getting through, but it's enough. He's picking the odd punch, the Hungarian, but he does need to do more. And the corner will surely be telling him that. The ice out there, though, for the right cheekbone of Subkhankulov, so clearly Galos has got through with times, or maybe it's the heads coming together on the inside, which I think has happened maybe a couple of times.
Box. Stop. Time.
I think they probably forgot to put the gum shield in, did they? Or the referee just telling them to wipe off a bit of Vaseline. Into the fourth.
Head up. No holding. No holding black. Break.
Artur, троечка спереди руки! Тройка спереди!
Right hand into the body there from Subkhankulov, just varying up the weight of shot. The first couple up top were nice and light, and then sunk that right hand in. I wonder if Galos has got the gears to really try and upset the rhythm here and inject a bit of pace into it himself and just try and disrupt what at the moment is a fairly one-way flow. Covers up well there with the left hand, and again just tucks that chin in behind the shoulder, pulls his weight back, and the right hand of Subkhankulov misses. He's not taking any real punishment here, Galos, but he's not really landing anything either. He's going to be 4 rounds down at halfway. Is he going to try and grab hold of this fight in the second half, or is he going to be happy just to see the fight out doing this? I can't believe he is, because he's undefeated himself, and as I said, a high achiever as an amateur. At the midway stage, and we see 4 rounds so far, all of which have been pretty similar, and Subkhankulov will just keep doing what he's doing. There is no need for him to change a thing.
Box.
Into the 5th. Subkhankulov in the white, Galos in the black. Again, just peppering with the jab, and then off the back of that distraction, because he didn't look to land any of them hard, he tried to sink in the left uppercut. He's done that well. Tried to disguise punches, vary the weight. When you're up against a fighter who's not being super aggressive and who is quite difficult to open up, then the way that you try and do it is by varying things. Because if you can just catch them with a punch that's a bit harder than they're expecting it to be, and they're not quite braced for it, those are the ones that can hurt a fighter. Even if they see it coming, if it's a bit more than they're really expecting, then you can do some damage. That was a nice left hand, just round the back of the guard. Galos not really doing anything differently. Left hand into the body there from Subkhankulov. He trusts that defence. He's always in punching range. He just seems a bit gun-shy. Deep into the final minute. Get a stoppage last time out, Subkhankulov. Good body work there from Subkhankulov. He didn't really like it, Galos. He was signalling that he thought a couple of those were low. I don't think they were. He just managed, for the first time in a while, to get Galos to kind of lift those elbows a bit, and he found the target. Because one thing he does do well is he just manages to cover himself with his forearms and gloves, pretty much from chin to waist. And as I say, he puts that chin in behind the shoulder. He trusts his reflexes, but he just opened him up slightly there.
Шестой раунд.
Box.
3 remaining here at lightweight. This is our final fight of the night. Artur Subkhankulov's IBA European lightweight title on the line against Roland Galos of Hungary. It's 5 rounds up here, Subkhankulov. I don't think there can be any argument about that. So Galos, if he has ambitions to win this fight, has got to really get moving and do something. But it's Subkhankulov who looks like he fancies putting his foot on the pedal. Worked the body there pretty well. I think it'll take something fairly special for Subkhankulov to get the stoppage here, because Galos, as I say, for the most part his defences have been pretty good. He's not really looked at any stage like he's about to wilt, but if ever he was going to, it could be towards the later stages of the fight, of course. Subkhankulov, I think if he just keeps trying to raise the pace a little bit, doesn't need to go crazy, but just crank that temperature up a few degrees by a few degrees, and then just see what happens, basically, because some days you can get the stoppage, some days you just can't really. Galos, I wouldn't say he's been ultra ambitious here, but you have to give credit to Subkhankulov, who was busy right from the beginning. These are good combinations. They're beginning to get through a little bit more cleanly now. Heading into the final minute of round 6, maybe something could be on the cards here. Cuffing right hand didn't quite land clean. Blood, I think, coming from the end of the nose there of Galos. Switching stances pretty fluidly there. Subkhankulov, almost every single time he throws a punch these last 20 seconds or so. Again, that's an attempt to try and find a different angle, a different route through.
Stop! Stop!
He's working hard here, the home fighter. Short left hand on the inside there from Galos. That caught Subkhankulov. But again, the majority of the quality work came from Subkhankulov. He's got 2 rounds here. Just to squeeze down on that accelerator.
Box.
And it continues to be a dominant display from Artur Subkhankulov, who's just not really allowed Galos into the fight at any point. Good use of the jab there from Galos. He has got some weapons in his armoury. Subkhankulov again just replies with volleys and volleys of punches, 8, 9, 10 shots, and probably 3 got through clean, but every single one is accurate enough. But it hits something. Stepped in and threw that right hand nice and short there, Subkhankulov. He switched to orthodox, took his feet in. Galos, I don't think, had really adjusted to the change of stance, and the right hand got through.
Stop! Head up. Stop. Box.
Right hand from Subkhankulov. The crowd getting behind him. They've seen a win for an UFA fighter, Gabdrafikov, in the fight before this. They're going to see another one here unless Galos does something absolutely extraordinary in the time remaining, which is what they came to see. They'd love a stoppage, I'm sure, but I think as a knowledgeable boxing crowd, they will appreciate that it's difficult to achieve against the 2 opponents that the hometown fighters have had in Misheelt, Battumur and Roland Galos. We'll have 3 minutes after this. Subkhankulov just to not empty the tank exactly, but just try and click through those gears and give it everything he's got in that final round.
Head up.
So 8th and final round here. These two called to the centre by the referee. A touch of gloves. A quick embrace, and now 3 more minutes. Galos in the black, Subkhankulov, who has won every round here, in the white. He will retain his IBA European title at lightweight. And what's been impressive about this too is that this is his second fight in a matter of weeks. He was in action in Saparbay. Good performance against Kozorezov, who he stopped. Kozorezov came as an unbeaten fighter, plenty of knockouts on his record, was quite open, was looking to be aggressive himself, which I think Subkhankulov enjoyed. That hasn't been the case tonight. Galos, who is very capable, hasn't really looked to open up at any stage, and that's made things difficult for Subkhankulov in terms of being able to land those really damaging shots that could lead to a stoppage.
Step back, step back. Black, no holding, black, no holding. No holding, black. Step back, black. Head up. Stop! Stop! Step back. Head up. Stop. Head up. Box.
Into the final minute. Subkhankulov, for these final few seconds, for the first time really, just backs off a little bit. And Galos trying to let his left hand go. And finally the Hungarian looks to come forward and throw some leather. And Subkhankulov responds to that. There goes the final bell, and that's a convincing win. And retain his title. He's won that by shutout, I would imagine. I don't see how you could find a round in there for Roland Galos, and it's a good performance from a home fighter in front of a pretty healthy home crowd, I have to say. These two called to the centre of the ring. We'll get the announcement imminently from Alexander Sakokov for the final time tonight.
Дамы и господа, прежде чем прозвучит имя победителя, давайте поблагодарим обоих боксеров за этот потрясающий бой. Итак, дамы и господа, По итогу 8 напряженных раундов единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и остается чемпионом Европы IBA Artur Subkhankulov.
Subkhankulov with the win. He retains that IBA European lightweight title. Draped in those two flags, the Russian flag, the Uzbekistan flag. And he maintains that unbeaten record as a professional. Very successful few weeks for him. Wins in Surpukov and here at home in Ufa. And he keeps hold of that belt. And that rounds off this evening's action on this IBA Champions Night. Thanks very much for joining us. We will catch you again next time.
Идемте фотографируемся.
Дамы и господа, рядом со мной чемпион Европы IBA Артур Subkhankulov, только что в красивом и ярком бою защитивший свой пояс. Артур, ну что, это были классные 8 раундов, переполненная Уфа-арена смотрела за твоим триумфом. Что ты чувствуешь сейчас?
Невероятные эмоции. Добрый вечер, Уфа, добрый вечер, Республика Башкортостан. Всем большое спасибо, кто сегодня в этот вечер пришел сюда поддержать меня.
Ты взял чемпионский пояс, только что его защитил. Что дальше?
Дальше мы планируем боксировать за мировые титулы. И надеюсь, это также будет происходить в городе Уфа, в родных стенах.
Твой соперник принял колоссальный ущерб, но тем не менее достоял до конца. Удивил ли он тебя своей стойкостью?
Если честно, сильно удивил. Я бил максимально сильные удары. Но, к сожалению, в третьем раунде немного ударил руку и не смог продолжить в том же темпе. Но все-таки все равно я своим боем доволен.
В октябре мы ожидаем в Уфе снова вечер бокса IBA Champions Night. Увидим ли мы в деле Артура Subkhankulova?
Я надеюсь, что да.
Дамы и господа, Артур Subkhankulov, чемпион Европы IBA